Well, buongiorno, welcome to Scarlino, beautiful Tuscany, lovely sunny morning, light breezes around the dock. That's going to be the flavour of the day. It's going to be light 5 to 6 knots. Sled top of the table, can they stay there? So the midpoint of the regatta then, race 5, and good start from Vayu at the committee boat end of the line. Gladiator off the pin end, it's the right that pays, and Vayu have a comfortable lead round the top mark ahead of Quantum and Provezza. Vayu indeed stay ahead, look to be going 2 wins in a row until the final run. Vayu jibe early. Quantum Racing and Interlodge carry on down the right of the run, get a little bit more pressure, and Quantum hit Vayu on the finish line. Vayu losing out to get a second, but at the top of the table it's still Sled with a little lead of 3 points.
Really tight finish with us and Vayu. Pulled off a nice jibe right in front of him. We were able to just barely beat him, so it was a great win.
Not really disappointing, it was still a good race. Yeah, we just lost it at the finish, but it was very close.
After 5 races, Sled still lead on 16 points. They're 3 points up on Vayu, who are 19, Quantum on 20, and third Provezza in fourth, also on 20.
Okay, understood.
Well, very good afternoon. Welcome back to Scarlino, and we're heading into race number 6. It is, I think. Only one race yesterday because of the threat of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Top of the table, where it is, of course, Sled. They're 3 points clear ahead of Vayu. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, and Provezza tied together on 20 points, and Allegra 12 points back. So the podium starting to shape up a little bit. Say we're only into race 6. The ambition, and it is an ambition, is to try to get 3 races away today. Good news is the breeze is really quite decent, probably as much as we've seen for the first race of a day so far this week here in Scarlino. Probably got 9 knots on the start line, and we're just coming in towards the start, looking like most of the teams bunching towards the committee boat end of the line. The right has been strong in this breeze. We saw that yesterday with Vayu going up to the right and leading by some distance at the windward mark. We've seen some really nice start the other day by Gladiator and Alpha Plus, both coming off the pin end of the line, where they managed to get more speed and a better, clearer open position. So Alpha Plus are going for that again. Paprec, French team, starting towards the committee boat. They're coming bow down just now, and I think they're getting closed out, or certainly doing a big dip to try to come in when the gap opens at the committee boat end of the line. The pin is pulled on the Interlodge going fast to the leeward of the group. He had a nice start yesterday. I think we've... I think we... So we seem to have a clear start. Good start once again from Interlodge. There are 2 boats up from the left-hand end of the line. Quantum get away nicely as well. Alpha Plus closest to us, we're at the pin end of the line. Paprec getting away badly really, and this time I think that platoon have got a reasonable start. They have a Vayu above them, I think, though. Vayu getting off the line well. Platoon nice and quick though this time. They're dragging against Interlodge below them. Platoon just a little bit higher. Alpha Plus then started off the pin end of the line. Over on the extreme right side we see the bow, the red bow of Preveza. Preveza nicely positioned and going right early.
Sam, I'll keep chase as long as you have no 3D, so you have 2 signals.
I think it's looking a little bit tough for Sled then. Sled are certainly second rank, having to tack off now, just the weather of Quantum. And conversely, a nice start, as I said, from the Thai team on the Vayu. They've tended to be a little bit more extreme in their starting, liking to start towards the right end of the line and get out to the right early. This time they've been more in the middle, but really clean start from what I saw. Half a boat length forwards on Quantum. A little bit more wind pressure today for sure. Now whether that works for or against the Vayu will be interesting to see, but Platoon really nicely positioned. I was informed by the German sailing expert Sven Booking today that this was Platoon's comeback day, and he may indeed be right. Really nicely positioned. The weather of Quantum. I think the key for Platoon really is to try to get out to the starboard ley line. But a few port tack approaches that have cost them So really, I would say pretty even across the fleet. Alpha Plus looking quite good on this left side. I don't think managing to sail quite as high as the boats to the right on this port tack, but nevertheless going well. Gladiator way out to that right side with Provezza. I would say Platoon pretty strong in the middle. And into Lodge. For me at the moment, Platoon would have the advantage if they tacked on to starboard. The first boats have tacked out on starboard away on that right side, and for sure for me at the moment this left side looking a little bit better. Provezza certainly behind Allegra and co. So very close I would say at the moment really. Watching Alpha Plus now crossing in front of Vayu, I think it is. Breezes drop very slightly as they come up here. So I think Platoon kind of in command of that main group just now. If anything, moved a little bit clear of Interlodge. Interlodge are attacking now, and I'm not sure. Well, Alpha Plus will cross them. Pat break out in this extreme left side. It's Sled actually was the boat I didn't identify in the on the left. But they have a good lane now, have moved forward a little bit. So we're at the top mark now. Sled actually looking quite good, although just I think ending up too high on Leyland, they're being forced back to the right. In fact, they're having to duck behind Preveza, and so too Alpha Plus forced out too high to the left. Now it's difficult here, moments for Interlodge and Vayu, both having to duck boats coming in on starboard. And we also have 4 boats now coming in on port. Phoenix tacking to weather of these boats. Now, as we said, it is Platoon leading around the top mark. Quantum Racing are second. Only a boat length and a half behind. So this is something for Harmuller Spears team to work with. Being pursued by Quantum. Vayu round in third. Good work from them. Next round is Interlodge. Interlodge very definitely on the climb up the leaderboard. Allegri round in fifth. Then Phoenix. And at the weather mark, Alpha Plus keeping Preveza wide and Sled wide as well. So Phoenix round in sixth. Preveza seventh. As we come across the offset, Sled side by side with Alpha Plus. 10th is Gladiator. Gladiator went all the way up the right side off the committee boat end of the line, and Patrick 11th. Doing very much for a straight bear away set. Good breeze now, 11 knots, maybe 12. Gladiator going for the jibe set, interestingly enough. Oh, the jibe, and so Sled, the regatta leaders, then have a little bit of work to do. I think there'll be a few more opportunities perhaps down these runs in this stronger breeze. So Preveza and Gladiator, the only 2 boats to jibe early. Sled going now, decided to get off the train. And Phoenix and Interlodge. Platoon Quantum and Vayu all carrying on. And they're in good pressure, you know. So Quantum have jibed, and Platoon jibed as well. So survive. Four boats behind them at the weather mark. Quantum are just in front of them. So really neck and neck at the front of the fleet between the Quantum Racing powered by American Magic and Platoon. I feel like Platoon are coming back at Quantum. So a fight back required for Sled, really, as I say. They're probably ninth at that leeward gate. And it was very, very even between Quantum and Platoon through the gate. You see the objective, I feel, with Value is really just to keep things tight, sail their lane, don't get too engaged in trying to cover a leg grip, for example. So Quantum, we're just beside them, going very nicely. Really great conditions. This is certainly the best first race we've had of any day so far. Should be promising for at least one more. No?
Are we?
No, maybe not. So here we'll see whether Quantum are indeed in the lead as they tack back onto starboard, and looking where they are just now, should cross in front of Platoon. And this will be food for thought for the Platoon team. They had the lead early on. And for sure Platoon second to Quantum just now. Quantum, of course, missing John Kostecki this week. Understand he's making a recovery. It will be a few days for him. And if he's listening or watching, then we wish him all the best. And looking forward to seeing him back on the hot seat. But team seem to be doing quite well. I spoke with Victor Diaz de Leon and said they're really looking to try and put a win on the board for John. And of course Kostecki's old team are Platoon, and they are presently just behind. So Value put it a little bit in the bank, coming out further out to the right. Just sailing the shifts, sailing the pressure upwind. Fleet management operation. So I don't think they're going to have much chance of catching the two boats in front. It's really keeping a loose cover on the boats behind and consolidating for third, I kind of feel. So this would be interesting because certainly tighten up the points table. Indeed, just as I'm saying that, trying to do the sums in my head, and our GeoVision geek Seb sends me the numbers, and at the moment actually Quantum Racing and the Vayu would be locked on the same points at the top of the general classification after this race 6, if positions stay the same. Great conditions, most breeze we've seen since day one, I think. Hopefully we get a big finale tomorrow, but just now we're just teasing out the top places. So yeah, Provezza are a little bit deep, Sled are a little bit deep, and Vayu just keeping it nice and consistent. Got themselves a nice start. Early in the week, Nick Rogers, of course, the tactician on the Vayu, just won the Maxi Europeans with Peter Dubens on North Star. And I would say in this fleet a very undervalued talent. Started off for some Provezza. Way back in the distant past. I know very much enjoying his racing with the Vayu team, enjoying the atmosphere, and of course sailing with Palm Green, who is the project manager, and Nick's his first call for a tactician. They go way back to racing 420s and at one stage 470s together. So we have 11 knots, 11 and a half perhaps at this top mark, last time up. Should be a reasonably swift run down compared with yesterday and the previous days. Nice big puffy cumulus clouds over the hills at the back of Scarlino and down towards Punta Ala. No shortage of experience on these waters, of course, not just because it's becoming an increasingly popular destination or venue for Grand Prix racing, but Punta Ala was also Italian sailors who were there with them and coaches. Francesco De Angelis and Rod Davis, coaches to name but two. Anyway, We're at the top mark. Quantum leading in just. Platoon getting a slightly higher line, closer to the little port tack protector mark, just to leeward of the windward mark. But Quantum get their tack for final approach. It's a little bit closer than we maybe think. I think Platoon actually have got back at Quantum just a little bit, and will tack just behind them. There's only a boat length and a half in it, and we should get some sport down the run, hopefully. You can be fairly sure that Platoon will not just follow Quantum and try and out-drag them. So Quantum Racing coming round the windward mark now, and Platoon 2 boat lengths behind. For them, as they've nobody really pushing them, having to sail quite a high mode to get up to the mark, but it's better than giving away meters and overstanding. Don Whitcraft just working hard to get there, giving themselves a boat length of margin, or half a boat length of margin should we say. Pulls the bow down and goes round now, so value potentially looking at a 1, 2, 3 off the last 3 races. Next round, actually, it's going to be Allegre, I think, and Interlodge overlapped. Down the run, then Platoon jibed early and have a nice little puff. So then Allegre, Provezza, Phoenix, then Sled, Gladiator, Paprec and Alpha Plus. So Alpha Plus unfortunately fading after being up in 9th, I think, at the top mark first time up. Still some close fighting, some close battles going on at the back of the fleet, and no room for errors there either. Indeed, we're seeing with Gladiator a little bit of a scrappy hoist. So this looks like an interesting fight between Quantum and Platoon. Jibing match just now. It's a little bit in the balance just now. If Quantum can win this race, then that would give them a 1 point lead over Vayu. If Platoon can win, then it would be evens. A little bit of a moot point in some ways, of course, because we've still got 4 races to go. In theory. We're coming down the left side of the run. Phoenix working down here, bow number 2, second last year on the circuit. .52.11, of course, there were 2 Phoenixes of their day, Phoenix 11 and Phoenix 12. And this is the newer boat, believe it or not, Phoenix 11. Going quite nicely down this left side. So heading down to the finish line of race 1 today, race 6 of the series. So race officer Maria, her objective is to try and get us back on schedule after missing that race yesterday. So waiting at the finish line then for first boat to cross in this race number 6. Looking very much like it will be Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. Breeze is actually slightly lighter, I feel. Maybe not. Bit more pressure down the left of the run. It looks like a Quantum then are on course to win this one. So the Quantum's second win in a row and third win off the regatta, and will take them to the top of the regatta leaderboard at a venue where they won in September last year. So this has not been a good race for sled, but there's the winning horn for Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, being steered by Harry Melges IV, Victor Diaz de Leon and Tactics. Platoon coming through in second. Valle have sailed a nice composed race and will go second, or stay second on the table. Only 1 point behind Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. High fives all round on the tie boat. And Cameron Appleton and Adam Bichel doing some nice work along with Chris Matthews steering on the Interlodge. Interlodge putting a couple of decent results together back to back. Third yesterday, fourth today. It could be close between Pravetsa and Allegra. Allegra just has the pace just now on Pravetsa. Bow down mode for Allegra, and Allegra will be there by half a boat length for fifth. So Quantum Racing, Platoon, Valle, Interlodge, then Allegra, then Pravetsa, and here come Phoenix. Just ahead of Sled. Sled coming through the line next. A little bit of daylight back to the next three boats. It will be Gladiator, Paprec and Alpha Plus. So kind of food for thought, I think, a little bit for the Platoon team, who were leading at that top mark. Lost Quantum just a little bit down the first run really, but a great close race. All credit to the top through, Valle in particular, really having a good run of form here. Meantime, it's going to be pretty close in this finish line between Paprec and Alpha Plus. Paprec keeping the bow down. Alpha Plus coming across in starboard, chasing Paprec. Paprec will have to complete their jibe in time. Will just get there by half a boat length. There's a surge from Alpha Plus, still fighting to the end. Great sport all the way through the fleet in this 52 Super Series, and that is race 6 done and dusted. A win for Quantum takes them to the top of the table. Sled, I think, down in 7th place, or 9th in fact, and that is pretty costly for them. So let's see if they can regroup. We should roll into the next race fairly quickly. Join us again in a few minutes. Join us again in a few minutes.
「
go in this one.
Welcome back to Scarlino then. We're going into the second race of the day, and at Quantum just on top of the table, Vayu not far behind, and Vayu staying super consistent. Now is the time for a sled to really respond after that not such a good result for them. Got a little bit hooked up in the traffic early on in the first upwind, didn't get their best start, and so really they need to start coming back in this race. Breeze much the same as it was before. Around about 9 knots on the start line, not much more. We've still got some quite big thunderstorms over in the long flat valley at the back of Falonica, not far away indeed. So the start has been so important in these races. We saw Interlodge get off the line with the best start last time, so too Platoon got a good start, and Quantum more towards the committee boat end of the line. Now this time we are setting up at the committee boat end of the line, and let's see how it plays out. For sure the pin end didn't work really last time down. You really have to be at max speed to make that work. Gladiator though setting up this time. Remember they did that peach of a start I think in one of the first couple of races. A little pin bias for sure. So at this committee boat end of the line, Pravetsa trying to find a space. They're most to the left, and Phoenix were protecting the ley line into the committee boat end of the line as they respond, trying to close the door just now on Pravetsa, who are up to weather. Just Phoenix keeping the boat bow to head to wind, just keeping that door closed all the time as much as possible, trying to close out Pravetsa, though they're just at the same time they need to start the speed build at the right time. Now this is looking better for Sled. They've got no boats immediately to leeward, and not so good for the Vayu getting caught in the traffic and in dirty air off the line. This is going to be difficult for them. Bow forward at the pin end of the line. Gladiator, Gigi Parada just pulls the bow down, pulls the pin, and this is looking like a much better start from Sled. Good start from Platoon. Good start also. Well, Pravetsa got that position at the committee boat end of the line, a little bit at the expense of speed, and they're just a little bit trapped by Phoenix, and so they have to tack off. Phoenix were just hurting them, and they take the chance while they can to get it out to the right side ahead of Alpha Plus and Paprec. Interlodge really starting well this time as well. Once again, 2 good starts back to back, and really this time it is Vayu who are in trouble. Just didn't get a position down at the left side of the line at all. However, they have found themselves a lane in the meantime. Just boat length back on Phoenix. So another good start from Platoon. Quantum not quite as good, but they've been good since the gun. Pravetsa got a good start this time, and they're a reasonable start this time. They're pushing out to this left side, right side looking upwind. But a long way still to go up. We're just kind of struggling a bit for pressure in the middle. So now most of the fleet, with the exception of Alpha Plus and nicely. Didn't really get the best of starts. So Sled are now 3 points back on the race lead, the regatta lead, sorry. Preveza 5 points back. So it's going to be an interesting day. It's going to be all about high level consistency. Preveza starboard tat ley line here. We have Phoenix, Vayu and Preveza. Preveza and Phoenix we have as leaders on the water. It seems like the further you step to the right just now, there's a little bit more pressure. You're just looking at the angle that Paprec are sailing and the speed they're sailing at just now. Certainly much preferring where Preveza is. It's only a matter of 40 metres or 50 metres further to weather. So too Phoenix, nicely powered up and by max height for them. Among them, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. And if we get 3 races today, I really feel it's going to be a little bit of a roller coaster at the top of the table. Gladiator coming across from the left. Certainly Preveza will cross them comfortably. So too next to the left of the group is Interlodge crossing them as well. So looking good this time for Phoenix. Phoenix need a good score. Allegra a little bit caught in the left-hand corner coming out and having to, or Gladiator just tacking in front of them. So we're going to go head up to the windward mark. We'll speak to you in a few minutes. So we are at the top mark now, watching the approach of Preveza, who I'm pretty sure are going to lead round this top mark first time up. Preveza started off the boat end of the line, remember fighting with Phoenix for the key spot at the boat. It's going to be quite close though. Bow number 2 is second, which is Phoenix. So first round is Preveza coming round now. Penalty, or green flag being given to somebody, but first round is Preveza coming round now. Then Phoenix. Then Interlodge. I can see that Vayu are in the mix. Once again, a little bit slowed outside Interlodge coming around the mark. Paprec are in the mix nicely. Alpha Plus are having to go right into the back of the queue, but it's super busy, super overlapped. Vayu come round in 4th. Paprec next in 5th. And in fact Platoon having to do turns once again. And Sled in 6th. 7th is Quantum Racing. 8th will be Gladiator. 9th are Allegro. 10th is Alpha Plus, and 11th in the end Platoon, after having to do turns. It's another tough break for Platoon then. thunderstorms are. Of course, we talk about Hamish Pepper and Colla Parada as the afterguard, but Nacho Postigo, extremely talented navigator, really understands the science and the physics of the weather on a kind of micro level. And for sure, you know, we're just driving downwind. You can feel the colder air over on this left side, down towards where the thunderstorms are, and I think that's sucking the hot air in. We're just coming up to 3 o'clock local time. We're on the first run of race 2 of the day, race 7 of the series. So after that mark, after the top mark, guess who would be leading the regatta? Well, it's none other than Vayu, but it's a long way to go to get to the end of this race, and the breeze is quite complicated. They're very much dependent on how Quantum managed to recover into the fleet, but just now the projected table has Vayu leading on 26 points, Preveza second on 27, 28 for Quantum, and then 2-point gap to Sled, who were a couple of days really, finding some consistency. So as I said, a really good run from the Preveza team. Have opened up quite a nice lead here. So it is going to be Preveza through in first, and actually Interlodge have got themselves up to second. Breeze has picked up quite nicely. Bad news at the moment for Vayus. They've lost a couple of places down that run. Or maybe not, sorry, beg your pardon. I was looking at the wrong race. Anyway, Vayu are in fourth still. French team on Paprec in the mix in fifth. Keep the owner, Jean-Luc Petit-Huguenin at the back of the boat, is really enjoying this race. Just sailing a little bit wider to get a nice comfortable kite drop. Platoon coming out hard to this. Well, they were trying to get to this right hand mark, I think, but then jibing inside the train, as it were. So sled after Paprec, it's sled and a real gaggle of boats. Quantum coming to the right hand mark. Only boat to go on the right hand mark. Actually, Alpha Plus are following, and Platoon are back in the mix at the back of the fleet, or certainly have taken Alpha Plus. Big old gap at the front of the fleet now. So good run from Interlodge. Cameron Appleton is the tactician, working now with Adam Bichel. Adam back on board, missed out in Saint-Tropez after a mountain bike injury, I believe. Navigator is Ian Moore, and Ian's no stranger to this fleet. Won circuit title and world title with Quantum in years gone by. Replacing Juan Villa, who sailed the last couple of seasons on the Interlodge. But interesting, you know, the way I see it just now, the group of boats on that left side really came around the leeward mark in slightly less pressure, and in the meantime really Crevettes are launched out in front of the fleet, and came away from the mark in better pressure. Phoenix having a much better race, able to certainly challenge Interlodge. A nice sparkle on the water now. Maybe as much as I keep saying able to extend and sail the shifts themselves under no pressure, really. Made a big gain coming down the left off the run, jibing away out of the train early. It is very much in the balance just now between Quantum and Vayu, and Prevetta and 27, Quantum 26, Vayu 26. Quantum would of course be ahead on count back if there was a tie at the end of the day, because they've won more races. However, very, very much a kind of David and Goliath kind of situation with Quantum and Vayu. Vayu the underdogs, really. Find us in. So we are now at the top mark, second time up. Some big spread through the fleet this time, indicative of these shifts we've seen and changes in wind pressure. Has been strongest upwind. There's no gain. coming with what little waves there are. You get the wakes coming off the train of boats on starboard. That's just giving sled just a little bit of extra motive power downwind. Quite interesting. I've got a nice angle. Being able to sail very slightly more directly towards the leeward gate than the boats to their right. So sled, I kind of wonder whether sled might already have got Paprec. More pressure on this left side for sure than Gladiator, getting some of that as well. But in the end, Provezza are probably 200 meters clear, something like that. Maybe more, and correspondingly Interlodge about the same distance ahead of Phoenix. Now I wonder whether Phoenix will rue the fact they were second at the top mark and managed to lose out to Interlodge. But I kind of feel this is going to be quite close between Sled and Quantum when we get to this finish line. So this win for Provezza will keep them in contention for the overall. Albeit presently lying in third place. As far as I can see, the points would be 26 American Magic, 26 Vayu, 27 Provezza. 4-point gap back to Sled. So I think absolute credit to the Vayu team, really keeping their heads. They really didn't get the best of starts that time, but they got themselves into a lane out to the right, or in fact got themselves furthest out to the right on the upwind. I love the story. It really encapsulates what kind of family team they are, where of course they're part of the Quantum fold, as it were, and Brendan Darrer, the boat captain, technical director, project manager, call it what you like. Brendan went for dinner with the family, and they were all filling the dishwasher at the end of the meal, and I don't think many other teams have that going on. but that means they're super tight and really having a great regatta. And of course, as I said, quantum powered. They benefited so much from the quantum program in terms of data collection, data analysis and coaching. And Gladiator also part of that program, but also definitely Prevets have made a step up in performance this year in terms of boat speed. They have Grant Loretz on board now as trimmer, and he of course massively experienced in terms of sail program management, the new sail designer this year, losing Juan Messiger to the America's Cup, to America's Magic. But they really have been quick and so not much further to go for the Prevezza. This race has opened out as much as we've seen so far here. So say Prevezza then coming down through the finish line in the next few seconds. And that is the winning gun for Ergen Imri's team. Coming through in second in a few seconds will be Interlodge. Then Phoenix, I think Phoenix's best score so far this week. Interlodge through the line. Phoenix get third. So here we are, just heading into the third race of the day. Breeze has stayed in quite nicely. We still have 9 knots of breeze still, and looking up the course there's good pressure all the way up the track. It's going to be interesting to see. The wind axis is much the same, and actually little bit of port end bias perhaps, but it looks quite even on the start line. So really we saw, remember, Preveza coming off the left hand end of the line. Preveza just still once again trying to get to that key position at the committee boat. Phoenix exactly where they were in the previous start. So too Paprec working this left flank. So certainly looking quite busy at this left end of the line, at the committee boat end of the line, and nobody playing the pin end. Allegra second boat from the left. Quantum have a nice space just now, but it's all about maintaining that space, not coming up too much towards interlodge above them. So I think we're just coming into the final minute. And that is 1 minute to go, and it's like a dinghy start this time, just because everybody wants this committee boat end. Vayu coming forward and covering sled, but having to burn a little bit of speed. Little double tack for them, which could work quite nicely if they've got enough space. Anything a little bit of a left shift perhaps, but Don Whitcraft bringing the bow down. It's going to be a very close start. Allegra pulling forward on the left of the group. A really busy start now. Sled seem to be getting closed out. A lot of shouting. Allegra pull the pin. So sled seem to be stuck on the line. A few penalties or protest flags up, and the two boats which are left behind are Interlodge and Sled. Sled seem to have a problem. I don't know whether they've got damage or just stuck head to wind. Stay with Sled. So good start in the end from Platoon and Phoenix. And Sled are still at the start line, and they seem to get closed out in the final seconds, starting now. But it was really busy at that committee boat end of the line. Potentially not enough port bias, or any kind of port bias enough to even out the line, but perhaps that's just the strength of this right side. And in fact, Vayu seeming to get out of this in reasonable shape. Not sure what's happened to Sled, but Sled very late to start. They've got a mountain to climb this time. However, interesting to see Platoon on this right side. Should be able to make that work. Got daylight back to Phoenix. So Platoon, that really tough previous race. Good first race, bad second race. But for me, going best just now. Quantum in the middle of the fleet, also good. So in the middle of the upwind, more towards the left. Interlodge then had been good this, we're having a good day, but got stuck on the line as well. Privet's just a leeward of Quantum. So Quantum did look a little bit in trouble momentarily on the start line, but seemed to have got themselves out of it. Interlodge unfortunately back in the traffic this time. Value to weather of Paprec. You feel that kind of in Value's situation at the moment, they really need to just keep doing what they've been doing, not push the risk for the sake of trying to be too extreme. Certainly this is the breeziest upwind we've had, though this probably about the same as race 1 today, though. Looking at Platoon out on that right side, they're quite pressed, nicely pressed. So hopefully that should give us a fairly fast, efficient race. Remember, we lost that race yesterday because of the thunderstorms which were threatening the race area. Nice clear start up to windward. Right, certainly from kind of where Privetza are to the right. So platoon tack, and we'll go back and just bank what we have, get out to the starboard tack ley line. Allegri going well just now as well. I feel like the far left has just been lacking a little bit in breeze. Boats have been just very slightly more upright anyway. It's going to be all about the ley line in here. Breeze is quite right. And if anything, looking like potentially some boats overstanding. So that can work for Gladiator a little bit in particular. For sure, platoon looking quite comfortable where they are in terms of the ley line. And looking like it will probably be Allegri second. Gladiator coming back across on port. Alpha Plus nicely positioned, but have to get into a space. And it's so close, so tight. And yeah, indeed, you just see Quantum just cracking off, keeping the bow down just a little bit. So Allegri are going to get round in second. I think platoon first. Now then, Alpha Plus tacked inside the group. As I said, they're just a little bit overstood. Now whether they'll have enough momentum to get up, I think they're just making that quite nicely. Quantum racing around in third. Then Alpha Plus getting in on the inside then with Gladiator, as I said, both coming in from the port side and are coming in port tack, managing to get inside the group which had overstood. So Gladiator round, and then Vayu, then Provezza, then Paprec, Phoenix, Interlodge and Sled. So that right shift, such as it was coming up the top, means we're generally big group jibing early. Certainly Gladiator have jibed, as have Alpha Plus, and I think have Allegri. So let's see who stays with it. Platoon elected to carry on. So are Quantum, so are Vayu, so are Provezza. how the breeze lifted slightly on the benefited the boats in the starboard tack. We ended up with quite a few boats overstanding, which I think was going on anyway, where all the boats, somebody's on the early ley line, then the boats tend to stack up above them, and that really was to the benefit of Gladiator and Alpha Plus. Alpha Plus seemed to be managing to stay in the top 4, top 5, which has to be good news for them. Been working hard and deserve a good result. No shortage of experience on board the boat. Say the likes of Craig Monk, Simon Dobney, Ian Walker, Paul Flipper Westlake, top pros on board. So for sure Quantum have got themselves into contact with Platoon, considering how far Platoon were ahead. Final approach then, Harm Ruler Spear just ready to bring the bow down, get across the say, really, in as much as that upwind and their approach to that windward mark just shows the finesse they're able to sail the boat with, and the tactical strength is, I would say, kind of very much up at the top level of the fleet just now. But also nice for Alpha Plus to pull off a top 5 as they look set to do. Emblematic Italian America's Cup programme. It's actually so it's Platoon, Quantum Racing, Allegra, Vayu 4th, Alpha Plus getting in for 5th. Good work from them. Breeze is fading away just as the teams come through the line. Vayu happy with that one. A little bit scrappy in the early moments of the race coming off the start line, but Alpha Plus happy with that. I'm sure Gladiator have had worse. And it's super close in the next group. Paprec, Sled and Pravetsa all lined up side by side, running out of pressure, and in fact this could be Interlodge's up chance to come through. Interlodge have got pace. Interlodge have got pace and coming down inside all four of them. Pravetsa keeping them high, even a chance for Interlodge come through now. In fact, Pravetsa losing 3 places. I think they'll be on 38. So the top, Vayu I think should have a lead of 6 or 7 points into the final day. But thank you so much for joining us for the day.